Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. This is Otaku Showboat. Today is Thursday, April 20th, 2023. Oh boy. So SpaceX's Starship Super Heavy just launched for the first time. And as they said would be the case at T0, excitement did in fact ensue. It was guaranteed. And oh boy, that was definitely a thing that happened. Oh god. So it lifted off. It lifted off slightly sideways. They apparently had some engines out. There's some differences on the reporting as to how many they lost. The official stream said 3, and then NASA Spaceflight was saying 5. My interpretation is that it's possible that there were anomalies on 3, and the system shut down extras for, symmetric thrust reasons to keep the thrust even, which is entirely possible. That is logically a thing that would happen. If you lose an engine, they would take out the one that's on the opposite side of it just to keep the thrust even across the ship. But it appears as if during flight they did lose more engines. They seemed to have hit a maximum aerodynamic pressure before completely losing control of the vehicle. It did the things that happens to ships all the time in Kerbal Space Program through aerodynamics without having proper control authority, and it started to corkscrew and spin, and it went like backwards. It like flipped around and did a whole bunch of things. This vehicle that's like massive skyscraper vehicle just in the air doing flips and turns before eventually the flight termination system blew it up completely. It did not reach stage separation, unfortunately, but hey, that was exciting. Seeing this thing just go flopping through the air. And they met their goal, their one singular goal. Oops, as I hit my mug on the desk, which was don't destroy the pad. That was their one goal that they had when launching the ship, was don't destroy the launch pad, the launch site, which they succeeded in not doing. They did not destroy the launch pad, fortunately. So we'll see what's next. They'll be able to do it again. That's what this means. They'll be able to do it again faster than otherwise. Yeah, that was definitely a thing. That just happened. We'll see what the reporting continues to say about that. Anyway, Factorio, hi, welcome. Last time we met, we did some things. We talked quite a bit about the introduction of diet beacons, and did a few things involving diet beacons. The main build last time was to scale up Archods. Well, build Archod jelly and use said jelly to scale up Archods. With our extra hour, we still did not fully complete the actual Archod part of the build. Basically left off a lot of the logistics work. I have, between streams, gone and done the logistics work here. It's not moving fully quite yet. It's taking a bit of time to spin up properly to get it really moving. I'll have to finagle it, do some tweaking, I think, to some of the logistics. I mean, frankly, this line right here, as I had said, this needs to be better than a red belt for this particular build, for this output on the final step. It needs to do more than 30. per second, I believe. I believe it needs to do more than 30 on that final line. Yeah, that final line is going to be more than 30. So even though these numbers are not necessarily accurate, it's still above 30. And I now have a few of those belts. I don't have enough of those belts, but I do have them. In fact, I could go and I could put a blue down, but I don't really want to go to blue. I want to go all the way up to the dark purples that I now have access to. The 270 item per second belts from the Ultimate Belts mod is what I'm aiming for at the moment. So that was a big thing. I'm trying to remember what little things I did between streams. I've done a couple doohickeys. Like, if I haven't mentioned it already, I've done some entity reduction at the sulfuric acid by adding in diet beacons. I have adjusted my small parts. Small parts are now about as productive as I can get them. In the current state of things, I needed to scale them even further. This is making a few. It is actually speed capped by the bolts here. The bolts are making 120 items per second at crafting speed 60, or like at a rate of like proccing of the recipe is at the tick rate. So this one's limited by the tick rate. It's only 120, so this machine with the small parts, it could eat up to 180 to make 120 small parts, but I don't have... I would need another building. Despite this building being capable of going faster, the game just runs recipes once per tick. And unfortunately, the developers have not given regular recipes the ability to modify their inputs and outputs to adjust for the tick rate stuff, to like actually give you the stuff as if it were running faster, like they have done with mining drills. It's like easy to do that with mining drills, but not as easy with regular recipes, I guess. So anyway, hello, welcome. We're just reviewing a few of the little things that I've done between streams. I had an issue between streams with my iron, specifically with my production of oleochemicals. So my production of oleochemicals was largely being driven by importing of lard that was primarily being driven by augs slaughtering, which requires a lot of moss. Moss requires iron. And so when I ran out of iron, I lost my moss, which lost my augs, which lost the bulk of my lard, which lost my oleochems, which lost my iron. Because I'm doing high-grade iron processing, and high-grade iron processing eats oleochemicals. So that was lovely. I have fixed it by using Train Supply Manager's priority system. I have in this base begun using Train Supply Manager's priority system. By the way, there's a few loops where I've done that. Actually, at this point, there's like a grand total of 2. There's titanium and iron now have loops that require iron and titanium to continue the production of iron and titanium. This just being the one that I've noticed most recently, but the titanium setup, titanium processing requires MIBC, and MIBC needs acetone, and acetone needs titanium tetrachloride, which needs titanium. So I've done prioritization to like priority 1 for the various requesters involved with that, making sure that I'm always going to prioritize titanium to the titanium tetrachloride. I'm going to always prioritize titanium tetrachloride to acetone, and I'm always going to prioritize the acetone to the MIBC, and the MIBC always prioritized to produce the titanium. And with that in place, it should never die as a result of a positive feedback loop killing it. Same thing with the iron. I have now set up proper prioritization with the iron so that the moss gets iron as top priority brought in to continue moss production. I believe I've set the augs, the moss at augs, to be priority 1. I don't remember exactly if I've done that step yet. I'd need to, though. But what I ended up doing at glycerol and oleochems is I've brought in trits to slaughter. So I have supplemented my lard here with trits to have something a little bit more independent, so that it will keep moving, even if I don't have the aug lard available here. And I do need to scale my trits at some point. Ugh, erg, arg. Yeah, that's not gonna be particularly fun, but it's something I will need to do. And of course, with the trits, what I'm doing is I'm taking the lard that's out, and I'm taking the brains and converting the brains to lard, and I'm converting the bones to lard, and voiding the rest, including, unfortunately, the photophores. Those are just going away, because trits are the highest output of lard in the game, and it makes complete sense to make as many parts into lard as I can from the slaughtering of the trits. And I need to actually do a comparison of this. I would hope that the improved trits would have a lard output that is higher than this, even with maximum productivity on these 2 steps here. I would hope that it's still higher, but I'll need to check that. I'll need to check that at some point. Hello, Dolly. Meow. Meow. Yeah, go up behind me. Yeah, I hear your voice. Hear your voice complaining to me about picking you up. Okay, so all that said, I think I just want to get into things today. Oh yes, that's a thing. I just saw it on my list. I have scaled my molybdenum. Oh boy, my Molly. Hello, Molly. Also, yeah, I put Muckmo on the train network, Muckmo that's being produced in my mall. I put that onto the train network to have it available for the Archods, and I've put refined syngas onto the train network for the Archods. So everything that the Archods need is being provided now onto the train network. However, it does not have enough Vrauk. I will need to scale Vrauk considerably to feed those Archods. At least Vrauk are cheap to make. I just need to make them and make some builds to upgrade them. I'm also upgrading my Muckmo, but I'll talk about that after this shenaniganery. Oh boy. This is total shenanigans. This right here is the reason not to ever pick the Simic upgrade for Molly. I mean, even before the change to the Simics, this is really just better with Bob's modules. And I believe I said that previously as well in our previous PyAlien Life playthrough, that the Simic pick for molybdenum is only going to be better if you're not running Bob's modules. If you are, well, this chain is productive. So you end up with this type of a situation where you spend 20 ore and you get 30 plates. Yeah. It's not a ton of input for this. Now, my main concern with Molly has always been the filtration media cost behind the plates, and frankly, this is not enough plates for the long-term base. It's fine for now, and it will upgrade with mark levels of buildings as I can put additional modules into each step along the way. At Mark 4, the productivity gains literally double when we go up to 4 module slots on every Mark 4 building. So each one of these steps will double its productivity. So that will be how this chain scales over time, and that is the intended way that the chain scales over time. It's just we're using stronger modules, of course, with Bob's modules versus vanilla. So I have essentially 3 of this because I have moly, I have molybdenum trioxide, and I have molybdenum disulfide, all being made in the same build, same amount of ore being processed and put onto the train network. Looks like the moly is actually moving as well, which is ideal. The trioxide is being brought to the mall. Eventually, I will bring the disulfide as well. The moly disulfide is used exclusively for condo cores. So we have to keep that in mind. It's not used quite yet, but it will get used for one thing and one thing only outside of making the trioxide. And yeah, the trioxide is needed for super alloy. So I now have super alloy being made here in the mall. In fact, I have an entire box full of the stuff, which is just fantastic. It's glorious. Down here, I am making belts. I am making blue belts because it needs lubricant for each of the steps of making the blue belts. And I have quite a few in boxes. I don't have as many of the undergrounds and the splitters, though, because the undergrounds need super steel, and so do the splitters. In fact, everything that uses super steel, a bunch of super steel. Oh, and and they use the internet. Hello, internet. Hi. We are returned, I hope. Hello, internet. That was just my internet just dying briefly. It just died and came back. Hi. That was Cox dropping the internet briefly. Hello, welcome to the stream. As Cox decides, hey, you don't need internet service right now. What was I saying? Oh yes, we will be addressing the bottleneck that I am currently facing in the base, the main one, which is ultimately zinc acetate. Zinc acetate. I have scaled up zinc acetate a bit, but I need more zinc to feed it at proper levels, and I didn't actually really give it proper levels either. I just went over and upgraded some buildings to be a little bit more, like up to 9 per second, but I'm going to need like a lot of zinc acetate, essentially as much as I can possibly make, I will need, to the tune of spending likely over 1,000 plates per second on just zinc acetate. So, to begin addressing that, I will need to set up better zinc, and that'll be what we do in the second half. because I do want to, you know, do at least some form of progression today that's going to be better progression. Where did I put this? I had it in here. Where are you? Oh yeah, I scaled my Faugi. Like, simple stuff. This was the refined syngas as well. I did this and put it onto the train network. And where is zinc? Right here. I will be doing this for my zinc. This is reduced zinc. This will require that I get the current technology that I am currently researching in order to do reduction for making my molten zinc. This will consume a few ingredients, but none of them are particularly difficult to make. I will need to scale some of these things, like the sodium sulfate. I will need to scale sodium sulfate. I'll need to like have lime made here, I guess. The soda ash is a little painful as well, but I'll manage. It's slightly painful because of saline, but it is fine. You're asking why is PY? I don't know. It just it's not pi, not actually Pyanodon is here, but yeah, just similar names, just similar coincidence. It's just coincidence. As far as I know, as far as I can tell, it's a coincidence. Pyanodon is actually Pyanodon as a name. If you see pi show up. Anyway, yeah, the big thing with the soda ash here that I was going to point out is the saline. Saline could be a pain, but it's not a pain. Yes, hello, doll. Hello, my dolly. She's settled. Yes, you groom. You groom. She has settled. She came up next to me. I picked her up, and she went over my shoulder to the chair. Yeah. Yeah. Are you happy being up there? Even though you complained about me picking you up to put you up there. Okay. So this thing is what I will ultimately do, but it's going to need kerosene and diesel supplied to it, so I decided, you know what, it's a good time. I'm gonna actually set up diesel and kerosene through the methods that I have intended on setting them up from the start, which is to use enriched moondrop for my kerosene and for my diesel. You see how cheap it is to make 1,000 diesel and 1,000 kerosene. I hope you understand how utterly inexpensive this stuff is to make on relatively decent size of infrastructure. It just took a really long time for us to unlock these recipes. Cough, cough. And to have actual use for them. So yeah, now that we have a reason to do them, we're going to do them. So that's going to be our order of operations for the second part of things. Once I get through the first part of things, we'll be setting up diesel, kerosene, and then as much of this molten zinc as I possibly can. Bear in mind that I do have bacon, so you can essentially, for all of the non-alien life buildings, just ignore the building counts. I'll be doing my best to make sure that we only need one for every non-alien life building. That is, every building that's able to be beaconed will be beaconed and will have like speed on it. However, we are going to start with actual alien life by setting up Numals. That is the first thing that I want to do today, because Numals are new to the Pi Suite, and I want to do something new in each stream. I want to do something that's new. I understand that the enriched moondrop is technically new, but phyto mining in and of itself is not necessarily new, and it's just one extra step of phyto mining. So, I don't really necessarily consider it something that's like a really truly new. This, however, is truly new in that the Numal building, the artificial reef, must be placed on water. It is our first alien life building / only alien life building that needs to be placed on water, and it is the reason why I have waterfill and the waterfill mod installed. Well then, let me go and grab some things. I will need things for this. I should have the slaughterhouses requested already. Should, in massive quotations. Should, in massive quotations, already have this requested, but I already am carrying around a whole bunch. That's nice. Then the Numal building itself, I think, is somewhere over yonder. If I even have the Mark II of it, that would be something I didn't actually check ahead of time. Do I even have the Mark II Numal building? It would appear as if I don't. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Hi. Also different recipes. With rations. I don't want to sit through waiting to pick up that tech, so I'll just switch this to the Mark Is. Not that big of a difference anyway. Between the size, it looks like you only get like 50% more module slots on that particular upgrade. Anyway. Yeah, the main thing I would want would be the upgraded recipes. I would want the upgraded recipes from the Mark II because this is going to be consuming cDNA. I would rather not spend cDNA or as much cDNA on this process. The Augs are like whatever, but anyway. And I'm only making 10 ink. The plan is 10 ink. From what I can tell, at the point in which I can make the intelligent units that will need ink as part of this biofet line, or the bioreceptor line for biofet. By the time I have that, I should be at Mark III, and a lot of the steps along the way are productive. So even to make like 5 intelligent units, I need less than 10 ink per second at like 5 intelligent units. So I don't really have any good reason at the beginning here with these initial recipes to make more than 10 of the ink. I'm probably going to throw the chitin onto the train network as a supplement to my chitin. And the rest may just be voided. I should probably throw the brains on at some point, but whatever. It's fine. Let's actually pick up my Numal artificial reefs. Make sure I have them on me. And I will need to have some empty barrels on me as well. There's no chance that I have an upgrade ready for the Numals, so that's fine. I did say I was going to talk a little bit about upgrades of creatures. Yeah, so here, I have set up Mark III Mukmo down there. And I want to make a point about this. So, a lot of the more advanced creatures have a process that looks identical to this, and it is exceedingly annoying. It is very expensive to upgrade these creatures. It is extremely expensive. to upgrade these creatures. Don't know why I'm upgrading that specific building when I should be upgrading like these buildings. Yeah, that's what should be upgraded. Yeah, upgrade those. Sure, why not? So you're able to actually the benefit here of these is you can actually just skip Mark II entirely. Since you don't need any Mark II thing to make Mark IIIs or 4s, you could just go straight to 4 if you really want. The issue is that it is expensive, and you need to like convert codices to compiled and to integrated modules here. I will note that this is in the data array. These would gain productivity if you pick the productivity upgrade for the data array, which I have not done in this playthrough. But I want to note codices are usually productive. They are productive for the most part. There are some that are missing that need to be re-added, but codices are productive, which is very confusing to me then why the compiled and the integrated module and the one that's after that, why those are not just productive recipes either. These should really be productive recipes, and yet they're not. And it makes doing these intended upgrades, which you can only do after succeeding at the basic upgrade a few times. I had to succeed this 0.4% 3 times to start this process anyway. This process is supposed to be faster than this one and cheaper than this one, and it's only really like just cheaper in theory at this point, at least for the Mukmo. Oh, it seems that you have actually succeeded a few more times. I don't even need you to be like on anymore, because this is genuinely expensive. So you'll just finish that up, and I will swap that to provide stuff rather than consume things. And that will go, and this will go, and it'll be fine. I've got some Mukmo now. But my bigger point here is that it's just repeated across several different creatures. This specific process, we've got Zipier using similar recipes. There's some slight variations in the actual ingredient costs, but it's effectively the same thing where you're just taking in a certain number of the Mark IIIs and making an extra one Mark III through this process. And of course it's not productive. So, like, why would this be productive? Clearly not. Mukmo's got it easy. Mukmo is 3 into 4. Zipier is 4 into 5. Trits are 4 into 5. Corlax is 4 into 5. I might not want the Corlax, but I would probably want the Trits. I think I would want the Trits and the Zipier. And currently I have the Mark IIs for Dilmo and Scrondrix and Dingrit unlocked, but I don't really see a reason to spend those things on making Mark IIs when I'm at the point in the game when I can just make the Mark IIIs. And you don't need the Mark IIs to make the Mark IIIs, at least for Mukmo, that is. This recipe does not use the Mark IIs in it. I say that, and that will change. Cough, cough, hack, wheeze. Okay, that's what I wanted to mention about that in particular. It's just a thing that I don't really care much for because it's like too samey. It's too samey for all of those creatures. Like, the whole idea was that it was going to be like unique processes for each creature to make more of them. Like with the best example is the Ulrich. With Ulrich, you are doing like actual artificial insemination on Ulrich to get your better quality modules of Ulrich. Here it's just boring. Just plonk buildings and just go with it. It's boring. And it's repeated over and over again. Anyway, stuff, things. Let's find a spot where we can build this. Where do I want to build this? Is a wonderful question. You thought Vrauks are pain? Ha! You've only just begun. It's only just begun. Vrauk upgrading for Mark II is pretty simple. It's just a extension of the existing process of making regular Vrauk. It's basically just all the stuff that you need for making regular Vrauk. I need to reset up my Mark II Vrauk at some point and upgrade it to 3. In fact, Vrauk, I probably have 4. Access to 4 by now. Yep, I've got access to 4 by now. And it's doable. I have all of those ingredients. So I could go all the way up to Mark 4 Vrauk. It's just you need the Mark 3s to upgrade to the Mark 4s. And yeah, it just goes from there down the chain, right? The 3s need the 2s to get your first 3s, and then you can breed the 3s and then set up making the 4s and breed the 4s. Which one is the bear? The bear is, depends on what you mean. Augs? Cave dwellers? It's not that bad. No, there's no problem with that. Energy drinks, fine. Immunosuppressants are needed anyway by that point. I just left my train. I just exited my vehicle. Wonderful. And my vehicle is going here. And I can't grab my vehicle. It can't escape. It can't escape from there. Alright. New vehicle. Hi. Get thee up there. Augs require another creature. No, Relesia requires another creature. Relesia requires Falgi. Mark II Falgi to get Mark II Relesia. Mark III Falgi to get Mark III Relesia. Etc., etc. But no, I see no issues with these. There's no issues with Augs. Augs are simple. The upgraded Augs do not appear to require upgraded Relesia. I don't know where you're getting that from. These I don't see upgraded Relesia in any of this. Not for Augs. Sure, you might need Mark 1 Relesia for the food, but like what why complain about using regular ingredients? No, my complaint is that Relesia need Falgi for their requisite upgrades. Give me that back. I do not think that upgraded modules should be requiring other upgraded modules. to this point, I have only seen that Relesia does that, but I have not looked at every single possible upgrade path. Now, I have been considering one of my goals for this playthrough, adding one to this playthrough, to make Mark IV modules of all of the creatures, to go a bit beyond just get space science, and get the final tech to see the victory screen. We could make it a goal to see everything at Mark IV. Get all of the creatures at Mark IV. Even though most of them are not needed, just completely superfluous. Like Numals. There is zero need to upgrade Numals beyond Mark 1. There's like very little need to upgrade Corlex as well. But I think we do need a lot more milk than we used to, so there's a bit more of an argument for them. Right. Upgrades. So, I have a few upgrades available here that I haven't picked up yet. I don't think I'm going to pick up any of the sap upgrades at the moment because they are replacing the base recipe. I fundamentally do not think that any turd upgrade should ever completely replace the baseline upgrade, because it's essentially just a big FU to your entire base when you select these, because it will kill every existing building that has that recipe set. It will unset that recipe or change it to the upgraded recipe, and then it won't work if you haven't completely prepared for that upgraded recipe on every single aspect of your entire base. So no, I will not take this at all. At the very least, until Hellmod has the ability to, set the module in those buildings, so we can actually have some numbers to play with. But anyway, Muckmo. I wanted to talk a little bit about these Muckmo upgrades, because holy god, have you actually looked at Muckmo? Oh boy. So if I want, say, 15 Muckmo, do you see the mild issue here? There's a little bit of an issue with Muckmo. I don't know if you can you spot the issue that we have with Muckmo currently? There's technically two issues, but we can ignore the Faugi issues because Faugi is free. It's Relesia. The issue here is that it requires 107.9 Relesia. Specifically, the vast majority of that is being spent on calves. The vast majority of that is spent on calves. Now, why would we want this much Muckmo? Because Muckmo are really... Well, they are used as an ingredient for making more advanced creatures. They are used in Vonix and Zungroar. I think Zungroar? Maybe? Yes, Vonix and Zungroar. Apparently Abominations of Novens, one of those recipes for a Noven upgrade, is part of that. But in particular, the caged Vrauk slaughter into... Oh yeah, you need the caged version for a whole bunch of Numal recipes. Oh boy. If you wanted to upgrade those, you need them for advanced Xeno recipes. Yeah, they're used for a few things now, aren't they? So, Muckmo are the best, I believe, guts. Muckmo are the best guts. They're not the best lard. The lard belongs to Trits. Trits are the best lard. but Mukmo have a really good guts and blood. They're really good at like guts and blood. Those are like the two big big things that you would want for slaughtering of Mukmo. But they do have more lard than other like land-based creatures. Their outputs are pretty good just in general. Yeah, 130 blood is like the top, I think, of the land creatures. Among, if not the best for blood. That being said, yeah, it requires a few Relesia for this, to the point where it's too expensive to slaughter, like across the board, for just about anything. Og's got 'em beat on cost. So upgrades. If we're looking at upgrades for this, the one thing to consider with Mukmo is how do we reduce the Relesia cost of Mukmo? That's the problem. I wish that my upgrade of choice would solve, right? So we have 3 options here. We have Think Callers as option 3. This gives 25% productivity. I will note that the 25% productivity would apply when making upgraded Mukmo, when making upgraded Mukmo. All of the creature productivity bonuses to their pens would apply their productivity bonus to upgraded creatures. Now, as I said, these would be the best at blood output overall. So if I was looking for blood from an upgraded creature, such as Mukmo, the improved Cage Mukmo gives 250 blood with the recombinant erythropoietin, versus most of the others we have 200 for Oggs, 250 for Mukmo, 160, 170, 100, 100. Yeah, it's the highest at 250 per creature for blood. Well, okay. If I want 1,000 blood, I said 1,000 blood. Thanks. I know I hit that button 3 times. If we want 1,000 blood, well, you need 4 of these. And the key thing here is that these are made in the pastures. These are made in the pastures. So the 25% productivity bonus would apply when converting caged to improved cage. So if we need 4, we'd only be spending 3, and we'd only be spending 3 recombinant erythropoietin. So it makes these cheaper. Just across the board for whatever thing you need. But would I do this with Mukmo? For blood? Probably not. Probably not. And it does not directly address the seeds, right? It does not directly address the Relesia. Now, it does in part because we need fewer creatures, right? We need fewer Mukmo than 15. Yeah? We would need much fewer than that. In fact, much fewer than that. So if we set that down to 0, we just need 4. And hey, suddenly, reasonable numbers, right? More reasonable numbers. Assuming that you actually have that much of the recombinant erythropoietin, and yeah, there's some recipes there. That's some cost associated with those. They are fortunately productive, though, so gotta keep in mind that even making 4, it's a very, very, very low volume of a lot of complex ingredients to make these. With that said, there are other options. There are other options than productivity. As much as I would like productivity, unfortunately, doing so means that we'd have to start spending microchips on making our calves. In the alternative, you can improve adult output from calf raising and return some of the food that you put in. Half of a 50% chance to return one food that you spend on here. And you make it 1-to-1 calf to adult. All of the calves will always be raised. Now, this would have an effect on the amount of Relesia that you ultimately spend here, but it's not going to be that big of a difference. It will not make a huge difference because this is not the step that uses the most Relesia. The step that uses the most Relesia is the calf step. Granted, you would need fewer calves, a few fewer calves, but it's not going to make a dent, frankly. It's not really going to make a dent in the issue. And it will make building the buildings more difficult. And then there's option 1. Artificial insemination. Use quartz tubes, bedding, immunosuppressants, and muckmo food with a muckmo and water to make anywhere between 150 and 250 muckmo calves, along with a chance of returning quartz tubes, immunosuppressants, and you get meat, guts, lard, bones, and artificial blood. So I present to you option 1. So of these 3 options, which do you think is probably the option one should take? Yeah, the answer is very obvious. It's option 1. We're taking that immediately. We are taking that immediately, and whenever I need augs, and once I make immunosuppressants, we will switch over to doing that for the augs. For the muckmo, excuse me. I always confuse the 2 names. Yeah, so for muckmo, rather than spend all of that shenaniganery, if I want my 15 muckmo, we still need to do this, right? We would still need to do this, but it uses far fewer Relesia overall. But we will be able to do this specific separate recipe, which not productive. I would hope. I would hope that it would not be productive. We spend a small amount of muckmo and a bit of food, and overall a little bit of immunosuppressants. Yes, the mother will die. It's unfortunate, but these things happen. But we spent a little bit of this stuff. Arcod jelly, nitrogen mustard, which is stuff we've seen before. So now it looks like this with, what was that, 10? No, not 10. It was 23.62 Relesia, which is a lot better than 100. Which is a lot better than 100, let me tell you. Now, we haven't broken down the food for this. Gonna say that the food is going to add more Relesia. Maybe? Maybe not. I guess not. Food is productive, though, so no matter what gets added with the food, it's fine. Doesn't matter as much, because the numbers go down a fair bit. Yeah. So that looks nice. May as well break down the raw fiber, too, because raw fiber is kick out. So there you have it. Now 15. Can we make this clear? 15 Mukmo. The only thing here that's of any note for expense is the 7.68 Tufra and the 5.27 betting. Everything else is what I would consider to be trace amounts or really, really low. Yes, 23.62 Relesia, but that's why I'm upgrading my modules for Relesia. This is the best fiber recipe. The sugar-based Kickalk is worse than the just straight Kickalk to fiber. It is in fact worse. It costs more, which is unfortunate that it costs more, but it costs more per unit fiber out, raw fiber out. Excuse me. Yeah, the other recipe, which I have access to it. It's not better, and the reason why it's not better is that it's not productive. If this was a productive recipe, it would be the best to use when you unlock it, but it's not, and therefore it is among the worst of the options. I mean, hell, even wood is better because wood is productive. In fact, it's 2 steps productive. I don't think it quite meets the standards with Kickalk, but it gains benefits from 2 steps for making the wood and making the wood from the logs. It gets 2 steps of productivity. Still cheaper to use the Kickalk, but anyway, that's what I wanted to note. Okay, this stuff. I didn't end up grabbing my empty barrels, did I? I have some, at least. Dry storage upgrade. I don't know how I would search that. Which path is it under? Under the Fastwoods, the Fastwood upgrade option 2, I think, or option 1, excuse me. So if this recipe is productive, it will likely be the best. It could win. It could win. You're giving up a lot of speed and an extra like productivity basically of that +1 wood on logs to wood. And it buffs fiber. So yes, this is quite tempting at this moment in time. To get 4 raw fiber, you do have to deal with that biomass though every time. Every time you need raw fiber, you'll have to deal with that biomass output, but you have to do that anyway when dealing with regular fiber, so eh. What is the amount that I get per unit Kickalk here? You get 5 per unit Kickalk. So it would still be 20% less per unit wood, or per amount of wood that you put into it. What is that recipe again? How much wood per fiber? It's 10 per 10 wood. So you get 1 less unit of raw fiber for 10 wood input. I still think that Kickalk will win in the end. I still think that per unit, Kickalk is still going to win. You're not going to be able to bring down the costs versus Kickalk to below Kickalk levels, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, have you noticed I have a rocket launcher? Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Hey. I have a rocket launcher on me. Do you want to know why I have a rocket launcher on me? And why I took techs to upgrade the damage and the speed of firing said rocket launcher? Oh boy. Um, yeah. So, I had a few storage containers. I had a few full storage containers in the mall. I have chosen to remove them and replace them just a few of them needed to go away along with their contents. Just a few of them. And yeah, I was trying to speed up the process of getting rid of those full storage depots, mostly full storage depots. So I decided, you know what, let's just destroy them and get upgrades and use a rocket launcher. So the thing about the rocket launcher is that it is single target. Yes, grenades would have been able to take out 4 at a time, but they are slow to like throw, and you need quite a few of them. Even after upgrades, you'd still need quite a few of them to do the job. So I just went with the rocket launcher, because the upgrades to the rocket launcher make it so that it fires pretty quickly, and it went from at first needing like 3 shots to take out the storage depot to only needing 2 shots to take out a storage depot. So, yeah, that's a thing that I did. It was a wonderful thing. Also, one other thing to note is, yeah, I've been expanding the power down here a bit. I ended up getting quite a few more Mark III steam turbines. Quite a few more have been made. In fact, more than I have these coal power plants. More than I have coal power plants. At least at the time. I had to pick more up. And of course, it's going to take a bit of time to get these online. I'll have to come back later to get them actually online. They've got the fuel, it's just I need to give them the molten. That's a big power array. It's decent. It's 16. It's 16 lines using 16 compressed red belts of fuel, of raw coal, ultimately. When it's finished, it will produce... This will produce as much power as the, like, 3 squares of power, 4 squares of power, whatever, that I had before, because I had stuff here. I've removed that already. I can remove this now, and I could remove all this, too, if I wanted to. I'm not going to remove all of it, because it's my molten salt supply. I'll remove everything but the molten salt from here, and I'll have, like, a whole bunch more space. It'll be condensed into 1 square. Unfortunately, I will need even more power than this, so I will duplicate it, and it will go here, I suppose. Actually, no, it should go here, because this is another coal patch, or maybe, like, here, or I'll just run belts or something. Because I do need the coal. So yeah, just, whole thing, wholesale, copy paste, up here, maybe rotated to make the running of the belts easier. Rotato placed like here, and belts brought in from this guy. 16 more belts to double it, and that'll be like 200 gigawatts once it's doubled. Yeah, it's a thing. It'll be glorious. Anyway, first things first, we need to set these. 6 of these. Now I would be able to make it smaller if I was using Mark III heat exchangers and Mark III. Oh, I didn't actually grab my Numals. And we're too far away to grab my Numals. I have 26 of them. Oof, 6 times 4 is like all of them. Wonderful. So I won't have all of those going off the bat. I guess I'm going back to the mall, because I did forget something rather important. Let's go grab the rather important thingy, Madoohickey. Ah, my bots are active. Good. I must be getting more frequent deliveries of zinc acetate, which is providing me with more circuits of circuit 2s and therefore also circuit 3s, and that is yeah, making the bots busy, filling my circuit requests everywhere, because that's like one of the biggest bottlenecks. And the zinc acetate is going into making the advanced coding. It makes advanced coding when I get that. So thanks to the advanced coding, I will be able to continue making the super steel, because that's what's being used for the Mark II fuel rods. It needs the advanced coating from the advanced containers, whatever they're called. And that was what's limiting the blue belt stuff over here. So now we should be getting more and more of the blue level of stuff slowly but surely getting made as we get more special small parts getting produced from the super steel. Oh boy. That it's just so much crap. So much crap. I'll need more super steel. Clearly, we need like infinite zinc acetate. We need infinite zinc, which is why once I do this, that's going to be our goal. We're gonna work on the things that will allow me to scale zinc into the sky, basically. Scale it into the stratosphere, and that's like my process going forward. Is I have to go through essentially every factory and scale it into the stratosphere at this point. I said last time that it might not be worth the reduction for like iron, but I'm probably going to do it anyway. It is 30% more stuff at the cost of sodium sulfate and diesel. I need to set up sodium sulfate at scale, at massive scale. We're talking between 150 or between 75 and 150 at least to start for the sodium sulfate. I don't think I have that listed anywhere here. So let me bring that up. So that's going to be a lot of sodium hydroxide. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of sodium hydroxide and sulfuric acid. If I want like that much of it, yeah, that's a few things. That's a few things. Just so we're clear about that. Yeah, it's a few things. Just a few. I've got that Coke. I have the Coke. I can have the salt. It's just I don't have the sulfuric. Don't I get this recipe like here at this tech level? I do. I do get this recipe at this tech level. Or this, I should say, this pair of recipes. A whole bunch of good recipes, actually. Oh boy. I'd rather do... So this is like the best like acid gas to sulfuric acid conversion in terms of the ratio. You just need petroleum gas, and then there's recipes that let you convert aromatics and hydrogen into petroleum gas to, you know, offset the cost and to be your petroleum gas input for this. Making cubes into another cubes. I'll be looking forward to sintering as well. That's cubes into other cubes. But you don't get sintering for most things until utility science, and that's 2 tech levels away from where we're at now. But yeah, so then the acid gas from that would be coming from this guy. And this is not productive. So you can see how the numbers are actually somewhat reasonable for making that much sodium sulfate, thanks to just the chain of productivity here. And then imagine that by Mark IV, the productivity gains double from an extra 2 modules on each step. And that's just right now. Of course, as I mentioned, we will eventually get access to this recipe, which, yeah, this one will ultimately be better. I know Hellmod doesn't want to do the thing at the moment, but what if I tell it, hey, you can work with this recipe? It still doesn't like it. Why? That's so dumb. That's so dumb. Why do you not like it? Why do you not like it? This is productive. Hello? This is productive. Like, please, I am okay with spending these things. I'm actually okay with that. This is fine. This is fine. I mean, yeah, sure, more power, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Grand scheme, power doesn't matter. Yeah, a bit of metal, but Oh, it's 23.15. That is a bit much of chromium, but my point stands. This is the cheaper of the acid gas conversion, but that is a bit much on the metal. It's smaller though, and I'll be reducing chromium, so that'll actually mean that I'll have infinity chromium as well, so it'll be fine. Alright, enough of that. I have Numals, yes, I've got some. I don't want to fill these to the brim. I don't want to fill all of them. We'll start with 2. And then... Ah, right. I didn't actually break down the... milk. We need milk. We need the milk. We need a barreling machine for the milk. The milk! Come on, milk. Let there be milk. You require 3 ingredients, unfortunately. Output, that way. Filter. Empty milk barrels. Put in a box. Now, I should have empty milk barrels. It's just I need to find them. That's always an issue. Am I even? Am I even? Oh. I am not. I am odd. I'm not carrying around empty milk barrels. Really? Really? Like, that should just be a request for empty milk barrels. Just, like, several stacks of the things. Dang. That's unfortunate. That means I have to go back again. Ugh, so much for having infinite inventory when I keep forgetting about things, leaving things behind. Anyway. So many active bots. I like seeing that. And I also like seeing that I have enough active bots. That we're not at 0. Pretty sure if I had a constant supply of the zinc acetate here, which I might at this point, there might be enough. I'm pretty sure if all of my bottlenecks were squashed, I would be at 0 robots. How's the stuff here doing? We've got 1,849 cargo bots, with another 4,400 of the Mark 1s. So almost we are approaching 1/3 of our robots being the Mark 2 bots. We're almost at 2,000 out of 6,000. So, there we go. We are slowly but surely doing these upgrades, even though we are almost at the point where I will have access to better bots. Which that is going to be after a few techs. Yeah, just a few techs. Oh, and I have not at this point updated the prerequisite issue that came up last time. Remember last time there was some sort of a prerequisite issue that I found for effect transmission 2 and 3 in Bob's modules. I haven't fixed that yet. It's easy enough. I will fix it at some point, but we need to chew through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 techs, it looks like, before being able to pick up advanced robotics, which will upgrade the Mark II bots into Mark III bots. They will go even faster. They will require biopolymer, as well as carbon nanotubes and bio oil being available here in the mall. The things that are new here, obviously, are the carbon nanotubes and the biopolymer. We have every other ingredient for these things, with the exception of the nanotubes and biopolymer. I also am seeing here that the logistic bots are cheaper than the construction bots. Okay. The reason being that these logistics robots don't need super steel because their previous mark level needed super steel. Okay, sure thing. And then eventually we'll get high-tech bots at utility science, but oh boy, that's gonna be a mission to make those. Yeah, we'll probably be ending the game and not have my mall be full of the high-tech bots. I'll try to have everything be Mark III at the very least. But we shall see. We shall see. Nice, we got a bunch of milk barrels. I will need more. Bots, are you gonna bring me the things? Come on. Don't make me just grab it myself. Because I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll grab it myself. I'll grab it myself. And away we go. Heading on back here. Okay. Milk barrels in there. I totally did not mean to put that in that specific position. We will need what? We will need 2, 3, 4 solids and 2 fluids. Whoops. There's our train station. I need to swap that to fluid input. There we go. Train station is set. Just need to put in our requests and we'll be good to go. How does my silo looks like? What silo? What are you referring to? Rocket silo? The rocket is the same as vanilla. The rocket silo is the exact same as vanilla. There's no change that's been made to the rocket silo at this moment in time. Planodon has done renders of various mark levels of rocket silos. Those have not at this point been integrated into the game. I have no idea what the plan was or is going forward with that. I have not looked at Planodon's Patreon in quite some time. But, yeah, there were models made of new rocket silos of various mark levels that were intended to be brought in. We shall see if anything comes of that or if the rocket silo mechanics were just too much of a pain in the rear end to be worth doing. I put stuff in there. Oh well. He's fine. You have some milk. Milk! Enjoy your milk barrels. And it's all of these Corlex milk requests. Yeah, I now have several Corlex milk requests. I need more Corlex milk production. Which is probably why I will actually upgrade their mark levels as well while I'm at it. Just set up the Mark 3s that I have access to for Corlex. But I will do that between streams over the weekend. I think this is also going to be honey. Milk and honey to make ink. Obviously. Huh. So, what are we doing? What is our next step of this? Well, I need to bring in the trits and the cDNA. So that will be done right in here. Good old cDNA. And trits. I want to scale the trits at some point as well. I've had that plan in the works for a while now. Could I do up to Mark 3 trits, or am I currently at Mark 2? I am currently at 3, so I could get into here. It will need the immunosuppressants, so let's try to make immunosuppressants right after this. Let's just set that building up and like the mustard gas thing up to make those so that I can start doing stuff that needs them, frankly. I'll try to use these recipes as well. These are better recipes overall. They look mostly free. The problem is the albumin is not as free, but looks decent enough for these specific recipes. And then what about the trit upgrade? That's at this tech level. Locked behind a bunch of techs. Locked behind a bunch of techs for that trit upgrade. Hello? It was locked behind photonics. Trits upgrades. What are our options here? We've got speed with 25% productivity, making it more making it a bit more complex to build the trit buildings, the pressurized reefs, by spending an absolute freaking gigantic quantity of high-grade nexlet. That is obnoxiously expensive. That is obscene levels of expensive. No. That is not a good option. We could get 50% more trits for free. 50% more trits free sounds like a pretty good deal. I don't know about you, but that sounds like a pretty good deal. The reason to go with the productivity, again, just to make this point even clearer, this applies to all of the upgraded creatures as well that you make in the building. So it would apply to the upgraded versions of trits, which, frankly, you only need if you are planning on using them at scale, because the amount that you need for perfect samples is just trace amounts. You need a trace amount of upgraded creatures for making perfect samples, and you do not need a ton of the perfect samples. The perfect samples, the thing about them is that they are extremely complex to make, but they don't require that much volume of input. It really comes down to like just having one building making each of the creatures, of the upgraded creatures, and slaughtering them for their specific slaughter product that's required for the perfect samples. But this, I don't know if this would be even remotely tempting, unfortunately. And then you could get, what even? You could change it so that it doesn't eat trits when making cubs. So either don't spend adults to make cubs at the same cost, or double or add 50% more adults on output, or get 25% productivity to everything. Now, the normal ratio here is 1:2 trits to cubs, and then you get 1 cub becomes 2 trits, 2 adults. As your normal ratio, it's 1 cub to 2 adults, and 1 adult makes 2 cubs. So which step is going to be a better ratio here? So is it going to be better so that our cubs go from effectively 1 to 2 to 50% more, 1 to 3? So is it better if it goes from 1 to 2 to 1 to 3, or is it better to go from this to 0? That's the next point. I think at the higher output recipe here, this is actually pretty huge because you get rid of 4 adults, right? I don't know. I'll have to do the math. I'll have to decide what to get. But we're halfway through today's stream, by the way. We have not extended the stream at this point by an extra hour, so we are, in fact, at the halfway point, just so as we know. I'm going to take a break, and when I come back, we'll finish this. I'll try to do this quickly, much more quickly than what we've had before, and move on to other things. I will be back in just a few minutes. And I have returned. Welcome back. Let us make progress. Okay, I'm probably gonna actually have to get rid of this. They may be in the way. And I need to decide how I'm gonna set this up, because the next stuff... That's better. The next stuff here is getting honey in with regular barrels. That'll be out, and I guess this will be in. Oh, right, we need speed. Hello. Speed! Enjoy the speed! Go fast. Thou shalt go fast. And I need to bring this in. And that should get that moving, and I will have Numal eggs. They will move, they will exist. I don't think I need Numal eggs for really much of anything, but let's check. Because I haven't actually looked at Numal eggs. Don't need them for anything other than making Numal. And do I need Numal to feed anything? No, I do not. We only use Numals for rendering, for their ink. The ink would be needed for some Mark IV and a Mark III upgrade, and it will also be needed for VatBrain Mark IVs if we were to do VatBrain cartridges at Mark IV. But the main thing is that you need it for bioreceptors, and bioreceptors are needed for biofets and personal fusion cells, apparently, for utility science. But the biofets are needed for intelligent units, which are also needed for utility science and space science. You know, just that important thing. And bacon. And bacon. Glorious, juicy, wonderful bacon, and a whole ton of Mark IV things, and a couple Mark IIIs. So just so's we're aware, there's our Nummal eggs. There we go. We've got the egg. The egg hath arrived. Enjoy the egg. Now I am going to throw a warehouse down here that I will put in a whole bunch of barrels. And so that's where all of the barrels will return to, ultimately. I will also need this guy bringing in augs. Bringing in augs and cages. So we'll have augs, cage return. I will have a chest in line for the cages input. Enjoy cages. Our augs at ink. Hope I have enough augs. Probably don't have any, because they're all getting slaughtered all of the time. That last input is... Oh, did I not count? Oh. By the way, did you notice I had Dolly's baby? Dolly's baby is here. Hi, your baby. It's your baby. Yeah. Come lick your baby and play. I'll play with your baby, Dolly. Yeah. Hellmod's been Hellmod, and it used all of the guts. So it wants you to bring in meat, and only meat, even though I will need guts in order to get it moving in the first place. I don't mind feeding back the guts. end the meat. I don't mind doing that. It's just I will need n amount of guts to start the process, and I don't carry around these things. I don't carry that thing. I'm also too far away from slaughtering to just pick up guts. Cannot reach. I cannot reach the guts. Well, alrighty then. I will pick up guts to start the process. I will go down to my slaughtering, and I will grab guts. I will try to grab guts that are not compressed. Great, you're not moving. Neither are you. Wonderful. Wonderful. Hey, Augs? Why were Augs not going? I don't know, but they apparently were not going. Now they are going. Hello, Augs. Welcome, my Augs. You are returning, slowly but surely. Poor Augs. Now I'm riding exclusively on the output from Ulrich slaughtering. Apparently Ulrichs are like the cheapest brains. So it might actually benefit me to set up more Ulrich and actually slaughter Ulrich for brains, and just get all the other stuff that's output from them. It's pretty low values though for a lot of this. I don't know. I don't know. I think I need my Muckmo. I think I need my Muckmo for the guts. Or were Augs guts? Were Augs guts? No, Augs are meat. Augs are meat. I need to find out who the hell is like the best of the guts. Because I mean, these guys, the Ulrich are bone meal primarily. That's their main thing. The Arthurians are meant for brains. But the issue I've always had with Arthurian setups is that they like consume the amount of brains that they produced. It's not actually that much of a gain because they eat brains themselves to exist. So it's like, but then why make these when I could just make more of these other things that are the ingredient for the Arthurians? It gets better once you have the advanced Arthurians, but whatever. Advanced recipes for the Arthurians. Anyway, stuff, things. You dropped it again. You dropped your baby. You dropped your baby. There you go. Have your baby. Aw, you brought Augs here instead of to the other location. But I need you here. But I need you here. I need the caged Augs here. I'm probably not going to place all 50 of these. We're just going to set up enough to fill the module slots of the modules that I currently have and set it to store what I make, rather than slaughter them. I'm not going to immediately slaughter them. I need them for modules at the start, so that's what we'll be going for here. It does not go to the closest available station. It goes to each station of equal priority in sequence. That is how Train Spy Manager works. Every requester station has a priority assigned to it. It defaults to, I believe, a priority of 50. a process priority of 50. And for multiple stations that share the same priority, it will list them, I believe, in order of creation, and it will send trains in sequence. For said priority, and it will cycle through priorities from lowest number to highest number. So priority 1 is the highest priority. Yeah, there's no chance I will ever use the vanilla train mechanic, station mechanic. No chance I will ever use vanilla. It's not good enough. It's not good enough for vanilla. Like I'm just not ever going to use it. If I ever play with vanilla, I'm probably not going to be using trains. I would be doing a very specific like achievement, and unless the achievement itself requires a train, I'm not likely to use trains. There's actually very little reason to even use trains in vanilla. Why isn't it good? Because it's not powerful enough. Because you cannot have your train go to, like, you can't set a request for your trains. Like, it does not have a request system like this. Your trains will go to a set destination every time. So, no. It is not dynamic. It needs to be dynamic, and it's not, and it's bad because it's not dynamic. But you can just no. Just I'm not in the mood to go through all of this bullshit regarding the vanilla mechanics. The vanilla mechanics are not good enough. Full stop. I'm not discussing it further. Anyway, things. We are, I think, now at the point of placing the reefs. Okay, so obviously, Helmod doesn't quite work with its smart tool for the reefs. And the reason for that is reefs are different. Where are you in my inventory? I know I've got these reefs. Reefs, hello. So this isn't actually the reef. This is a Numal Reef Mark 1 placer. When you place this, it gets replaced. And yeah, it needs water. So I need to discover like how much water I need. What sort of size of a square of water is needed, and how much it needs to like hang over the edge of the water. So somewhere in my inventory, I have water fill. That's a bit big. I haven't used tidal power, so what makes you think I'd immediately know off the top of my head exactly how much water I'm going to need based off of that description alone? Why did you just leave my hand when I clicked? What? Anyway, artificial reef. This isn't gonna get tedious in the slightest, now is it? Looks like we need to be... Ah! Haha! Success! Success! And it placed it there. this isn't gonna be tedious at all. I guess I got it on one. I guess I got it on first attempt, but what I didn't actually see is just, like, how much do I need? Can we just have, like, one tile of water, and will it just place on the one tile if it's wide enough? Alright, so no, not one. One isn't good enough. How about two? Is not of that. How's two looking? How's two looking here? Can I two? Can I two? The answer to can I two is yes. It appears as if it will work with two. Okay, so now I know that all you really need for these reefs is 2-tile height. 2-tile height. That's all you need. So I will go with the 2-tile height, and we will do our line with that. And as I've said previously, I'm going to only really place as many as I need. Of these, or as many as I have modules of Numals. So I apparently have 14, so that's 2 buildings. Great. Great. I have 2 whole buildings worth. But, you know, that they look nice. They do look nice. I'll give it that. It looks nice. I'm actually going to do this by filtering Numals right, and then as we go down here, I'm going to filter cage. Cage, empty. I am blind. Oh, there's a space. Okay, there's cage. There's the cage. And that should be the empty barrels. Ta-da! Oh boy. Now, 1, 2, 3 input belts. Thanks for being 3. As opposed to just 2. Alright, that's gonna be the honey and the doohickeys. I'm gonna trim this here because we don't need to feed these at all. Right, that needs to be unstacked. That's the meat, and then the meat also needs to meet up with guts. Just gonna shove the guts that I picked up into the thingy there. This will go, I guess, here. Then what's that +1? Eggs, right, duh. Egg! We needed the egg. Hello, egg. Alright, that'll just leave. We need Augs. We need augs. Augs. Did I priority 1 augs for slaughtering? That's a wonderful question. Did I really priority 1 augs for slaughtering? Because that would not be kind. Okay, now it's going to ink. Okay. Just wanted to get some moving so we could actually get this process going here. And, right. I am going to need to slaughter these. Frick. Okay, priority right. Into box for the excess. I am going to need to slaughter. I'm going to set up like 1 building that will do slaughtering. Up here, we are going to get some voiding done. I'm going to need to bring in fuel for voiding because I completely forgot about that. Bring that up. I don't know. I'll have to probably rearrange this at some point, but for now, this will be what we do. You're moving! It's moving! Yay! Okay. Now, ink. For now, the ink will get voided because the whole point here is that I need the modules out of this, and I'll just output stuff in 1 solder building. It will need 4 eventually, but for now, just the 1 will be more than fine. And essentially, I'm just gonna filter the guts at this point to keep the process moving. I'm also going to set this to like limit 1, so it just passes through. And as time goes on, it will eventually overproduce. Cough. Hack wheeze. It will eventually overproduce. And fill up, and yeah, it'll be great. I know they're like squid-like things, but they totally are reminding me of like the Subnautica mesmers. Oh boy. Mesmers? No. What the heck is the things that teleport around, not the mesmers. Or maybe the mesmers, I don't know. It looks like something straight out of Subnautica. That I could see being part of it. But no, this sprite in particular, when it is like that, looks a bit like those guys that teleport, that can like pull you out of your submersible as well. Looks like those things, and then I guess just the general, when they're like this, I guess like the other thing. It's new. Just some familiarity. Alright, give me voiding. of the rest. Alright, that is 86% finished. Once it is finished, we will be moving on. Just wanna watch it complete its first cycle. I should totally just be bringing in guts, but whatever. It's fine. Why bring in guts and then void the amount that you're basically bringing in? It's like, why send it to the ether when you could just reuse it? That'd be great. Looks like we got 3. We got 3 out of 4 in that cycle. Huzzah! 3 will make a few thingies, a few guts to keep our system rolling here. All right, with that, we have reached. We have finished this build for now. That is all we can really do until that positive feedback loop gives me a sufficient number of modules to finish the build. So we're going to head back to the mall, and at the mall, we're going to make immunosuppressants. Because I've decided that that is going to be the next thing that I want. Immunosuppressants. I want at least one of you. How much would I need for this 15 Mukmo? 0.06. Yeah. So, this is a few buildings. It's going to be sped up. I will speed it up. That's also a fair amount of Arcod jelly. I'll need to bring in Arcod jelly. And this nitrogen mustard is most definitely a recipe, to say the least. Meow. 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 Miss Chirp. Chirp, chirp. Okay. Alright. Alright. This is all I need to do. For this, I think, everything else. The purine analogs, aren't I making you for something else? The answer is no. Well, I have serine. Do I have the formamide on my train network? No. I'm making formic acid from formamide. But as it turns out, I'm not making it or having it on my train network. Which is interesting. Interesting. Everything else I will have. I just need to bring in that jelly. Hello, robots, bringing me loads and loads of stuff. Good old restock. I have 604 diet beacons. I think I have an okay amount for now, considering that's now more beacon module slots than I have speed modules. Almost. Actually, yes, it is more. That would be 1.2k. Whew. All right. Yeah. All right, what are you? You are free. You are going to be M. Arcod Jelly. Glorious jelly. Let there be jelly. Bring me my jelly. Okay, the jelly is there. But all the other stuff is down, all the way down. All of the way down, so I'll have to bring this pipe all of the way down to the other side of the base. Granted, the other stuff is about halfway. Let's not place that there. And by the other stuff, I mean the nitrogen was about halfway. I'd have to decide where exactly I'll be doing this, because things are a little tight down here. There's ammonia. Where is methanol? If I even have methanol. Methanol is way over there. Okay, I suppose we could do this way over there. Where there is more space. There's actually space right here. I could do it here. Just let's just go here. Let's go here. So formamide, it needs CO2. I'm probably not importing CO2. Because that would be dumb. So I'll need to make CO2. I can do it the old way, not through Moondrop, unless it's just one building for the Moondrop, in which case, why the hell not? Let's just Moondrop it. Please tell me my bots. Oh, seriously? I don't have any Moondrop here? Wonderful. What a fantastic thing. And now ammonia. Find and bring ammonia over. Give power. And that will be that. I guess that sort of prevents me from doing anything with those. Give me a high pressure furnace. High pressure furnace. Faster to just search. Ammonia pipe isn't connected? Yeah, it's fine. Wonder why it didn't. It should have done that connection. I don't know why. Whoops. Productive, please. Yeah, we're good. We're good. That's enough formamide, and I can, if I do need more, I can put down bacon, glorious bacon. In fact, I will need bacon for this stuff. Hello, purine analogs. You are going to exist like so. Bring in all of that wonderful stuff. And you need to operate a little bit faster. Just a bit. Just a little bit faster. A FM5. That is not quite enough. So let's go AM3. That's fast enough. Ta-da! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so purine analogs are done. Next, I will want the wet scrubber, but none of these things are nearby. In fact, it's literally on the other side of the base. This way, to the west. I'm vaguely aware that I set up chloroethanol out this way for ethylene glycol. I know I set up ethylene glycol over here somewhere, right there. Hello, ethylene glycol, which means that I know with 100% certainty that I have the chloroethanol here. Huzzah. Now to get hydrogen chloride as well as nitrogen here. That'll be interesting. So, hydrogen chloride and nitrogen. Where is hydrogen chloride? I think hydrogen chloride goes right and doesn't go left from when I brought it in. Ooh. Can we go this way? Do I have this line? Is this line a good line? It was until that, but I think that that's actually good enough. Oh, it's perfect. Now just nitrogen. And for that, fortunately, nitrogen is one of those things that can just be made wherever, whenever. Through the power of bacon and through voiding. Whoops, I'll actually need to rotate that so I can void those things. Now this will make not enough on its own. So you're going to get some bacon action, a 5/5 bacon with speed. That brings it up to desired levels. That's not kind. Okay, that is nitrogen mustard. At speed is within range of a different beacon, of a full-sized beacon all the way over there. So it already has its speed boost. Okay, now we just gotta throw everything together. Yukito! Joining at the braggart otaku level. Hello? Thank you so much for joining as a member of the channel. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that, I believe, may just be, not only is that our first braggart level, that is the first, and that is more than $10 for support of the channel for the day, which means we are streaming for an extra hour. And now Yukito, I guess, gets her name twice on my support list. Oh boy. Oh boy, thank you so much for that. For being a braggart now member of the channel. That support is greatly, greatly appreciated. All right. Well, I guess we need to strap in. We've got another hour added to the stream because of that. Thank you so very much for all of the support across these last couple weeks here, few weeks. We will use that time to work on finishing these immunosuppressants as well as to get into some enriched moondrop. As well as some enriched moondrop for making kerosene and diesel so I can scale up my zinc very considerably. I'll be working on this part, I think, off screen, but we shall see. Yeah, so. Research Center. Where do I want to put this? Because the nitrogen mustard is here. I've technically brought the jelly down already. The purine analogs are being made pretty far away. The pacifastin's already up way up above at the top of the mall. So I guess it doesn't really matter. It's just wherever has space for it and space for me to make it go fast. So I think I believe that the best place may be just to have it over here somewhere and bring the jelly over probably from the top, from up above, rather than have it go all the way down. I believe it was around here. Yeah, around here. I had the jelly. So I'll have it so it could go lower in case I need it for some other things, but I am going to draw this line right here for the jelly, a nice free available space. And there that goes. Then get the mustard, nitrogen mustard, brought up and over. I picked a wonderful spot to bring it over. There goes the mustard. Now I need to speed this machine up. That brings it to equivalent of 9, which is exactly where I need to be. All right. Get down my inserters. My burners aren't working. Where? This? Right. Once they fix the issue with the rocket fuel, I'm going to just import rocket fuel. As it turns out, I don't seem to be importing raw coal into my mall. Gee, I wonder why. I should have coke being imported, I would hope. I can check if I have any, like, M coke. I do have M coke. I do not have an M raw coal, so that explains a few things. Whoopsies. Yep, that was TSM. I did my search with TSM. Very, very easy to find. I mean, I could just use the vanilla search for like M raw or M coke. There it is. Cytostatics will be the limiting factor here. Those are not made in the mall. Those are a separate factory entirely. There are only a couple of things that are eating cytostatics, and one of which should not eat more cytostatics. I need to turn that one off. I think it's the Fadai from Scratch. One of the items that was, or one of the creatures needed cytostatics. I think it was Fadai. Yeah, you got the Mark 1 robot now as a member of the channel. You're the hot dog bot. It was Fadai. Yep. I was not mistaken. It was the Fadai. I don't think I need to make any more of you from scratch. I don't think I need to make any Vonix from scratch either, so I'm just gonna swap those around to be providers. Don't think I need the Zungroar at this point. If I set up PKSs, I could make Fidicis just immediately, but I'm not at that point. I don't want them at the moment. Ooh. There's no other creature that I need from the creature chamber at this moment in time. Okay. That is immunosuppressants. Next, we are going to go on a journey for Moondrop stuff. And I have that broken down under zinc, molten zinc. Hello, molten zinc. Yes, there you are. We have this process, which will become available as soon as this current technology level finishes, this current tech finishes. We're 91% of the way there. We have kerosene right here. 1,000 kerosene costing that much stuff in grand total. Isn't it glorious? It's absolutely wonderful and beautiful, but I'm going to need to pick up some Moondrop, apparently, if I'm going to do this. Ahem. And then down here, we have Diesel, which is going to be this factory with some Relesia processing. A little bit of Relesia, a little bit of Kickalk, some tailings brought in, as well as methane. A little bit more methane for this. This is slightly more expensive than the kerosene. So, probably going to start with the kerosene. It is the easier of the two. I need to make sure that I have my Mark II Moondrop plantations, sufficient quantities. Also need some Mark II Kickalk. Make sure I have Mark II Kickalk, and I suppose for the other factory I need to make sure that I have some Relesia as well. Mark II Relesias. If I can find my Relesias in this mess. Where are... Sorry, Renea, not Relesia. Renea, where am I, Renea? Down here. There's my Renea. Thank you kindly. I had 0 of the Renea. Gosh, remember fluid mining drills? I need a grand total of, like, a few for nothing. I need, like, 0 of them in the base. Because we just don't need any. Sure, there's plenty of space here. There's plenty of space here, and I'm going to be deleting the rubber at some point, so may as well place it here, I guess. And off we go. This will be kerosene, 1,000 per second. It is tempting. It is tempting to do oil power, actually. I believe that kerosene is the Mark II. I think one of these is the Mark II and one of these is Mark III or the Mark I or what? I don't really remember. Kerosene. Yeah, I have to actually just have a separate doohickey here. Which one is it for oil rigs? Where are you? Oil. All right, it's not this. It's molten salt. Hot molten salt. So the recipes for the oil power plant are here. We've got 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. So each oil plant, it looks like kerosene is for the Mark 1. Yeah, kerosene is for the Mark 1. Gasoline? No, that's not gasoline. That's fuel oil is the Mark 2. Okay. Mark 3 is diesel. Okay, so Mark 3 would be diesel, and then Mark 4 is pure natural gas. You mean Dead Mount Death Play is pretty good, yes. Death Mount Dead Play? Whatever. It is good, yes. It is actually pretty good. It's based off of a manga, and I will note that it is based off of the manga, and the manga is the primary source. So rather than it being a manga based off of a light novel, it began its life as a manga. So yeah, it ends up being, I think, a bit better because of that. I think also My Hero Academia is based off of a manga that was a manga as its initial creation. Meow. Yeah, meow. Yes, baby. Yeah, you want to see the world upside down? You want to see the world from upside down? Little Miss Dolly with her baby. So I don't know about going to Mark 4 here, but the Mark 3 is tempting potentially. No, look, products 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. You can use whatever mark level on whatever temperature. That isn't what matters. But yeah, if I wanted the 3,000 C to the tune of about 1,000, which is what we work with here. How much is it cycling? Oh no, it's 360. Excuse me. It's 360. So if I were to replace in place my lines of power with Mark III oil power plants, so just keeping in mind, so this, okay, this here, where I have 16 of this through coal power, the 22 coal power plants here could be replaced with 5 Mark III oil plants, and it would consume 96 diesel per line. And of course, I have 16 of that down there, so I would end up needing 1,536 diesel dedicated to the power build, which would be how much power to make said diesel? 205 megajoules to make over 100 gigawatts. So yeah, it would end up being like 400 something for the stuff that I need, about 400 to make enough diesel to do that replacement. And of course I'd want more. So it is actually viable. It is viable, is the point I am making. How many gigawatts am I currently making? 119 in the current state of the base. It's not actually 119, but it's close enough. That is the theoretical peak. But that number will adjust. It will get lower. It'll get lower. It should be about 100-ish. It should be, by the end of things, it should be 6.5 times 16. Which is about 104 megawatts, minus this 8.7 times 16. And the amount of energy needed to do the mining of the coal, which is actually considerable, a fairly considerable amount. But anyway, about 100 megawatts. That would be when this square replaces the entirety of the prior power setup. Anyway, let's continue setting up the kerosene. Since we've got plenty of time today, got our extra hour in. Okay, we need to bring in we'll need to bring in raw coal as well. What was the solid? Kick elk. So I do need to add one more solid input station. Swap this to a fluid supply station. And then you raw coal. Bring them in. Really? Really? I have a build of methane and it doesn't have enough. Like, I have a legit methane build. It's like a build of methane. From not Moondrop. Here, it's here, hello. Are you not moving? You're full. You are legit full. I guess I just don't have enough trains. There's 3 trains! And it's full! And it could be more productive. It could be more productive. This is the recipe that consumes syngas and nickel plates to make methane and flue gas. I get rid of all the flue gas here and provide the methane. This currently, I think is 1,000 methane that it produces. So we just gotta bear all that in mind. It makes a bit of stuff. Oh yeah, and did I ever do the thing for Yukito? Did I give you a name on a station? Have I done that yet? We need to make sure that that Yukito gets a station name. There we go. You can be circuits. You are circuits. I also need to like refresh myself. What the heck did I put as like the membership rewards for that level? Or all of the levels on the memberships. I do apologize, all my members. I haven't been actually giving you your membership benefit recently for multiple months. I'm supposed to post on my community section on YouTube a monthly like thank you message, and I just haven't been doing this. I do appreciate all of the memberships. I do thank you all. I try to thank you all consistently. It's just I haven't done the one thing that I said I would do on the membership thing, which was the monthly thank you post. Maybe I'll just update it at some point. Say you get thanked in the videos on my little scroll thing. Hi, yeah, there it is. There it is. Hi. Now we've got Yukito as a glass patron and as a braggart. So you are now at the beginning and at the end of the list. There. We got new entry. Hi. There it is. Beginning and end of the list. Because you are now in both of those things. Ooh, boy. I do thank you for the recent support. I will note that it's actually not the most support that I've ever gotten. It's not the most, but it is very much appreciated. There's still one person out there who, at the time, gave a rather significant amount of money, all at once. It was a rather large tip through Patreon. Actually, they did it through Patreon. They like increased their monthly support on Patreon and then brought it back down to the monthly level to just like temporarily went way up and then down again as a way to do a one-time tip. And yeah, that was towards the beginning of the pandemic. And was extremely appreciated at that point in time. They are no longer supporting on Patreon at this moment. But it's greatly appreciated. I will remember that until the end of time. Seeing that email go through, it was like 10 o'clock at night, my time. I was going to bed. I saw it, and I was like, just about had a heart attack when I saw that message go through. Like, I was like, what in the actual heck just happened? It wasn't 4 figures, but it was pretty close. So, where are we beginning with this? We'll start by making the hydrogen for the moondrop. Oh yeah, I need moondrop. I completely forgot I need to go and grab modules. Moondrop modules, those are required. Speaking of which, why do I not have Mark II Moondrop at this point in time? I don't know why I haven't set that up yet. Where are my Moondrop? Yeah, I got the cat just resting, all comfy. She's just so comfy. Yes, she's comfy, cozy, right behind my head every time, all stretched out. I hope you can tell it's a little warm. In the office, she's all got her legs stretched out now. Yeah, baby. We haven't seen Ollie today. He hasn't been around. Saw him when I took the break, but he hasn't decided to come and join me up here today. All right, do I even have? Yes, I even have. I have an existent amount. There we go. That should last me a little bit. Where were we? Over here. I don't know. I think Ollie may have shown up briefly last stream. Yeah, I think he came up briefly. I may have picked him up. I remember relatively recently I picked up Ollie from the floor next to me and had him here before putting him onto the desk, and then he like left almost immediately. And today I picked up Dolly. She was next to me. I picked her up. She complained and crawled up onto the back of the chair. Because that's where she would prefer to be, rather than on the desk next to me. Ollie is, he can be a bit of, he can get obnoxious at times. If Dolly is on the desk next to me, and if he wants that spot, he won't come up and like kick her out. He won't like push her out. But what he'll do is he'll come up and he'll start grooming her. He'll start grooming until she gets fed up with it and leaves. So he does, in a way, push her out, but he does so by grooming her until she's had enough. Like, really? He has ulterior motives for being nice. I don't need the oxygen. I need the hydrogen only. This is quite a bit of soil, actually. Wonder how much, it's 12 and a half? Really? Oh boy. Yeah, it was like 4? That's a lot. It'd be less if I used my modules, huh? Maybe I should use my modules and not have as many of these. If I need 12 and a half, that's 1. Yeah, I figured as much. Okay. Yeah, so we went from 4 buildings to 1 building. Thanks to modules. And you know what? If I had just 1 module there, I wouldn't even need this either. Yeah, just 1. Just 1. That's all we need. 1, 1, 1. Oh, I this this layout is just glorious, isn't it? Okay. I need 28 of this. That's 15. Two lines of 14 is what I'll go for here. I will need an input line and I will need an output line. This will be the output line. How much Moondrop? Oh wow, it's only 3.7, right? This is a early recipe that I'm using here. There's no reason for me to use the anything more advanced than this. Right. I should not have built that way. I should have had that on everything. So that I could do this copy here and paste there. So, folks, see the whoops. Folks, see the rocket attempt to launch today? The SpaceX Starship Super Heavy. Folks, watch that. It was right before the start of the stream today. I made comments right at the beginning about it. That was most definitely excitement guaranteed. I agree. That was excitement. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Their first time launching ever the Starship Super Heavy full stack. It was definitely excitement. It did not meet all of its like full flight plan. It didn't quite get the full flight plan. Just so you know. Oh, there he is. Hey, Ollie. Ollie, no. He went to the window. Ollie. Tail's flicking. You gonna come back? You gonna come back or you gonna be in the window? No, he's gonna sit on my air purifier right on the fan for the air purifier. Are you gonna come over? Yeah, are you gonna come around? Big boy. Yeah, big boy, he's here. He has arrived. There's the boy. There's the boy. There he is. Hey. Hey, Ollie. There's Ollie. There's Ollie. Yes, there's Ollie. Speaking of hot, it's going to be like sweltering today. In all actuality, we're getting a taste of summer today, I think, and tomorrow. Oh God. Okay, it updated to be a little bit lower, but freaking hell. When it's in the mid 80s Fahrenheit, that's getting hot. And tomorrow will be upper 80s. Oof. Goodness. And then he left. Great. Goodbye, Ollie. We got a brief glimpse of Mr. Cat. Right, I did not break down the or I did actually, it's down. It just happens to be down below. Right, so the whole point of this was to have this guy have enough for things? These do not have module slots, by the way. I could beacon it, though. Is it worth the power to beacon it, though? Probably not. So I'll just let it go. Alright, so the key thing about this is that we need to filter Moondrop as an output and use the loaders to load it back in, and then filter the actual Moondrop seeds from there, and have a inserter to pull in more Moondrop, basically. Essentially everything that we produce from the greenhouses above just gets sent right down here. The seeds will need to be prioritized up and meet up with the soil. And there we go. That'll be that. And I'll need to kickstart the system. And power the system. Ta-da! We are powered. Just needs a kickstart. Ta-da! It is started. It hath begun. You copy, paste. I said paste. Whoops. Paste. Paste. That's better. Ta-da! That, as they say, is that. Let there be... and this is all going to get, like, copy-pasted for the diesel. The diesel is all similar. I think it's just a bit more, a few more buildings, just a little bit bigger. But yeah, we'll have this. Next, what do I need? I need the zinc enriched biomass. That will be kickalk, muddy sludge, and chelators made out of kickalk. So I will start with this, which will mean I will need to actually bring soil down. There's our sludge. There's my chelators. When Kickalk decides to take its sweet time and finally get here. Five Kickalk plantations with a gap between. Taking chelators in and the muddy sludge. And producing waste. Producing waste. I will actually do that a tile higher. Do that. Get that brought over. Get the sludge brought over. Kickalk split down over voiding output and power. Autosave is autosaving. Oops. Place it correctly, please. Ta-da. Give me a Megadar here. That's better. That's better. So 5 of this? Yes, 5 of this. Ta-da! What is the aim of the game? It is to research the Pyrrhic Victory tech at Space Science. So the goal, in order to theoretically win the game, is to get this technology, which requires 3,000 cycles at 1,200 seconds per cycle of these tech costs. That's a lot of modules. Yeah, it's a few kickalk, huh? It's a 50 kickalk per building. Yeah, it's a few. Just a few. Oh yeah, apparently there's a AMA for Kerbal Space Program 2. The design director is doing an AMA at like the turn of the hour. I've basically stopped caring about Kerbal Space Program 2 at this point. I will only be interested in it once their science mode is out, I think, at this point. Yeah, some buildings just have a lot of module slots. I believe that the Kamouts have the most of any building. So that is the enriched biomass. Now we get to convert said enriched biomass into glorious zinc-enriched moondrop flowers. We need more seeds, and we need the enriched biomass, and we need methane in order to do this. And yes, these inserters are absolute overkill. I am aware. Yes, moondrops! Enriched moondrops. Hello, Nana Melon. Welcome. We are using enriched moondrop to make kerosene and a diesel. It is that time. It's finally arrived. Oh, you know, it would help if I... Ahem. If I had the outserters for these. It would help having outserters. There we go. Yeah, that helps. Just a little. Let's see, have I had complaints today about balance? Or anything broken? I think this is one of the days that we're actually not. Not really complaining about the balance too much. Actually, yes, there was. Upgrades. These. These. Uh, just all of the things involved with this are expensive. Yes, that's why they are called ultra fast inserters. It's a mod that's called ultra fast inserters. They are fast. They are so fast. Yes, that fast by design. Why, hello again. He's going straight to the window. Ollie, you're going straight to the window. Still no kick elk, huh? Such a shame. Okay, bring down the excess stuffs. Power poles look sort of goofy. What, the substations? Like next lit substations? That's just a big crystal transmitting power. Alright. 33. 34 divided by 2 is 17. The ones in the... Huh? I mean, this is just the regular power poles, Nextlit power poles. Yeah, you've been using these forever. There's been no talk about how they look, but this is new. This one's new. Yeah, they do sort of look like pylons. Must construct additional pylons. Could you please unhook thyself? Ollie? Ollie, no. Ollie? Ollie? Get off. Unhook. Yes, big boy. Unhook from my light. Unhook from the light. Yes, come over here. Be nice. Be good boy. Be good boy. All right, now you're just gonna lick. Okay, fine. You're just gonna sit there and you're gonna groom. Fine, be that way. I actually need to move these. They are in the way. Okay, now we can place down. Not there. That's off a tile. It was off to the side by a tile. Too much. Good. Good enough. Good enough! But yeah, my main complaints with balance today were associated with upgrading of creatures, of the several creatures that all have like the same exact style of upgrade in the bioprinter, all this stupid bioprinting stuff. It's incredibly expensive to do these upgrades in comparison to basically every other creature that does not use the bioprinter. Basically, it is a night and day difference to get more of your mark level of creature. And a lot of it comes from the fact that these are not productive recipes when the codices themselves usually are. Generally speaking, should all be productive. And then this recipe itself, of course, is not productive. I wouldn't expect this specific recipe itself to be productive, but it's also for Mukmo 3 into 4, and most of the other creatures are like 4 into 5. You gain +1 from multiple base creatures. Yeah, I got rid of the thickets. I got rid of my thickets. Got rid of my thickets. Hey, we got the tech. Cool. So we got the reduction of zinc. Yeah, I am mega mining now for Nextlit. I have the mega mine over here, 2 mega mines with regular bacon. They are doing their job very well. Giving me Nextlit for the cost of power and a little bit of drillhead expense. The thing about Mukmo itself, though, that is specific to Mukmo and not related to the upgrades, is that Mukmo calves require an absolutely obscene number of Relesia seeds. It makes it so that you need just an astronomical amount of Relesia. And upgrade 1 for Mukmo completely solves that problem. It completely solves that problem. It's still a bit high on Relesia, but Mukmo have always been high on Relesia and Faugi cost. That's always been associated with Mukmo. They cost a lot of flowers and mushrooms, and a bit of the fiber as well, and salt. They've always been pretty high on those costs, but it was astronomical for the calves. Oh, you're comfy now. You're showing me your belly. You want to play? You want to grab my arm? Yeah, big boy. Yes, yes, you do. You want to grab my? You want to grab me? You want to grab me? Yeah, that mouth opened. I see teeth. I see teeth. Yes, I see teeth. Ah. But we made immunosuppressants today, so we'll be able to do this. What recipe am I using for Faugi? The basic one. In fact, I just upgraded them between streams. I switched them all to Mark II buildings with Mark II modules, times 204 buildings. I need like 203 for my intended throughput, and it makes 75 per second of Faugi for that much stuff, but still, it's cheap. It's cheap. Cheap, 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 cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Replaced in place. Split down. Still don't have any kick-alk, by the way. Cough, cough. There it is. Hey, our first kick-alk. It hath arrived. That'll be the chelators for the zinc-enriched biomass, and the kick-alk for the zinc-enriched biomass. And then that'll come on down, and that'll be the stuffs. Connect the methane. We are within our extra hour for the day, thanks to the amazing support joining at the top membership level. That definitely helps. In fact, memberships help a lot because of the way that YouTube pays out, frankly. So I only see income from YouTube when I have accrued $100 of income in a given month, or have exceeded 100 in a given month. So one of my goals, more immediate goals, is to push the YouTube specific monthly income to at least 100 after YouTube's take, so that I can actually see income every month versus every 2 or every 3 or sometimes every 4 months, as had been the case. So yeah, memberships like joining at braggart level absolutely help with that quite considerably. And he left. Wonderful. I only see 70% of the actual value of the membership, but it adds up. It all adds up, and it's greatly appreciated. Also, if you are a member of YouTube Premium, the actual viewership from YouTube Premium is quite considerable amount of support versus the regular ad view support. It is a huge chunk of the overall revenue. They are roughly equivalent to each other, and if we get more people watching with YouTube Premium, then it could actually exceed the amount through the ad revenue. Oddly enough, and you don't even watch ads. If you have YouTube Premium, you don't get ads everywhere across YouTube. It's actually really, really nice and a pretty decent value if you watch a lot of YouTube videos. So yeah, just saying. Especially if you're watching the streams, and that's a lot of minutes that count for the YouTube Premium, because it's based off of minutes of time watched. Yeah, it can be really nice. All right, we've got our zinc enriched biomass. Let us now have our two buildings that will produce all of our kerosene, our glorious, wonderful kerosene. There's our stuffs starting up. There it is. It's here. It's arrived. Ta-da! Ash. Yes, glorious kerosene. Ash stacked and voided. And this is what the rock hole was for. Have you ever noticed that they have like scan lines like you're watching a CRT, an old CRT TV, when you're in this view? It's actually more of a like screen door effect, like you are watching it on a screen, on like a close-up view of a screen. Da da da. And there we go. Kerosene is done. Dedicated kerosene. I am making kerosene for rocket fuel separately in a different way. Out of crude oil. Because this is kerosene-based rocket fuel, apparently. There's various different types of propellant mixes used to fuel rockets, but yeah, kerosene is one, and that's what we've been using for the rockets here in this mod. But Bob's Angels, yeah, they have different. It's different there. It's more hydrazine based and dimethylhydrazine based rocket fuels. So there is a difference. There are some things in those mods that are not actually present here. There are some chemicals that they have that this doesn't. And PyMod's pretty well known for being like chemistry simulator. Anyways, that's gonna take a little bit of time, I think, to spin up from these outputs. I did only need 5, right? I did only need 5 of you, right? Pretty sure. That's what that said. Yes, 5. 5 of that. It's been a while since I've looked at Nullius. There's some biochemistry, I believe. So we're going to need a lot of kerosene specifically for the zinc scaling. But I will need diesel for like basically everything. I'll need diesel for all of the various reduction builds. Every single time I do reduction, I will need diesel. I think it's all of them is diesel. The chromium, I think, is an exception. Yeah, chromium is light oil for reduction. Most of them use diesel. Everything, I think, for sintering is syngas. Sintering is syngas and lime, but reduction is usually diesel, occasionally light oil. If only I could just get this list as like a search. The aluminium is diesel. Yeah. Copper should be diesel. Yeah. I know iron is diesel. Lead is diesel. Nexilite is diesel. Oh, I know. The huge thing that I pointed out earlier. Right, that's right. The huge thing I pointed out earlier. Yeah, not melon. Hey, what in the hell is up with one of these upgrades? There was one of these upgrades. It wasn't you. What was it? Who was it? Who the hell was it that you did this absolute travesty to? There was an upgrade we looked at. It has eluded me. I have completely forgotten. Was it Numal? Did I look at Numal? I don't think I did, no. No, it wasn't you. There is a upgrade for a build that applies to a building that makes a building more difficult to build that adds like 100 high-grade nextlit to the damn thing. And I'm just like, no. No. I will never pick that. Goodness, which one is it? I have completely forgotten. One of the upgrades paths adds like 100 high-grade nextlit as an ingredient cost to the building, and I was like, what? I can go into Helmod and I can search for high-grade nextlit. As an ingredient. Ah, trits. It was trits. Yeah, who in their right mind would think that it is okay to have 100 high-grade nextlit as a cost on a Mark 1 building and then an additional 200 to make Mark II, and an additional 300 to make the Mark III, and an additional 400 to make the Mark IV. That's... Oh, God. That's 1,000 high-grade neck slit to make a Mark IV pressurized reef. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's fine that it's high grade, that it takes high grade excellent as an ingredient. It's just it shouldn't be that much. It should be like, not like like 1 or 5. No, not even 10. 10 is too much. Like you have to think about how much plates that high grade makes. Because that much high grade makes freaking heck of a lot more than 100 plates. Anywho, next is the diesel, and the diesel is slightly larger than this. May as well do it right underneath. I can probably just copy most of it. Because the diesel, which will be sped up. Yep, that is good. Biofactory. Oh, I need more biofactory too. Yeah, no. One building. One building for all of these. Oh yes, and also do remember that Pyandons did not used to include PyAlien Life. That one is a more recent addition to the game. Yeah, that is more recent. That's it. That's the one that released right before, just the one right before Alternative Energy. And as far as I'm aware, Alien Life is currently feature complete. Don't know about Alternative Energy. Alternative Energy may not be feature complete quite yet. Because, you know, they totally added new beacons and such. And diet beacons. And changed modules. Costs. Oh boy. Anyhoozle. Stuffs. Things. I'm thinking of this being brought down without needing to give it another requester station, but I'm probably just going to do it anyway. This is also going to make ash. I guess we do the same thing as before. Oh yeah, the beacons got added to PyCoal processing, but it's still, we're in the era of stuff with alternative energy, related to alternative energy. Like the mod suite is not designed fundamentally to be played with anything other than the full mod suite, even if it's technically possible. It is not. It is fundamentally not balanced around the concept of having a partial installation. Alright, so we're bringing in tailings. And we're bringing in methane. convert to supply for fuel, or for fluid, excuse me. And there we go. Bring in Renea. Bring in Kickalk. Bring in raw coal. Bring in methane. And bring in tailings. Cool. Let me grab all of this. All of this, basically. Up to there. And paste it down below. Because all this is basically the same. I will need to tack a few buildings on. Wonderful, I lost my alignment. That'll be good enough. We got a nice grid here of substations. Yeah, so I need in here 35 Moondrop. For Moondrop, I'll need an extra botanical nursery as well. I'm just gonna build what I have here before making the edits. Should still only be one on these things. Oh, I don't need the, I don't need this. Oops. Okay. Now grab you, paste here, do that, and we're good there. Get these buildings placed. And let me count again. This is 28. And I need at least 35. Let's say 36. So I need 8 more. That should be 38. Or that's 30. Yeah, 36. Yes. Exactly what we need. Exactly the amount that we need. The 42 is going to be problematic. Maybe. Do I need that extra space? No. So actually we'll be fine. We will be fine. For the 42 greenhouses. Since they will be abutting against each other. We can have 2 lines of 21 just fine. I do need to kickstart this with some amount of Moondrop. Kickalk will only be used for chelators. And then the Renea plus the Moondrop seeds will be used. Or actually no, not that. We're not there yet. Ollie's back. Hello, big boy. Yeah, big Ollie. Nice short hair. Okay. Sarai. Sarai, Sarai. Give me these. I need 6 of these. I don't have any Renea. Great. Beautiful. I will need to grab Renea. A few of them. How close am I to the mall? Oh, I'm here. Am I within range, though? Oh boy, it's all the way over here. I am not within range to grab Renea from there. Ugh, it's all the way up there. Dang. Of course, it's literally the farthest away. I need 60 times 6. I need 360 of the things. Okay. And yeah, a few moondrop. A few moondrop. Just a few. Okay. Take me back here. Actually, I should probably just tell it to go all the way over here, but eh. There. Go. Be free. Go over there. Or at least get close enough for me to grab the Renea. Grabbed it. Stop. Return. Unfortunately, it was just after that intersection, so I have to go all the way around. Oof. So for the rest of the time, once I have this diesel, do I want to go and start building the upgraded zinc, or start building the upgraded sodium sulfate? I think the best course of action will be building out the sodium sulfate. I'm a little undecided about using that recipe because that is a lot of metal getting used. And I have this recipe for a reason. It's just that's a lot of Fowigi plantations to be adding to my base, but then I won't have to worry about sodium sulfate for, like, ever. For, like, ever again. I always think it's funny that the spores are productive when there's, like, no point whatsoever to them being productive. I will be attempting to speed this desulfurizator up as much as I possibly can. I don't think I can turn 1 into 95, though. That's probably not going to be a thing I could do with diet beacons at the very least. Maybe with standard beacons, but I don't think I want to use standard beacons for that. This process is going to also produce a few extra units of limestone. Just gonna throw the concept out there that this is gonna be a few extra units of limestone getting made. And this is going to be one factory. Just one factory. Probably near the source of salt. But for now, though, we are looking at our diesel. Still a little undecided if I want to go and do this or do the zinc. Because no matter what, I don't think I'm going to be able to finish another build on this day. Oh, you didn't, like, get the modules for pasting. Oh. Right. You eat Renea. Are we filled? No. I could have just grabbed Renea. That was requested here, and I didn't have to go back. Oops. I should have upgraded Renea. I should have level 2 or 3. And I wouldn't have to worry about this being a thing that can happen. Alright, it's just the Renea as the input as well as 2 fluids. And the output fluid, of course. Void that wastewater. I understand. I do understand I could be converting that wastewater into extra urea, but I don't really need the urea anymore. I put these close because I did that here. Yeah, I'm just trying to think about how I want things arranged in the grandest of schemes. If only I had Kikalk. This is the thing that I plan on doing? Yes, yes it is. Okay, then it's 42 of these. Or 2 lines of 21. I'm going to actually lower this to here. That should be 16. I need 5. And then we need to have the whole thing copied and pasted. And it just fits. It just barely fit, but it fit. I'm happy. Oh boy. Those drill heads are very important. I cannot move them. I may make more of them somewhere else, but yeah, for now, that's all of my drill heads. They're extremely important. In fact, they're so important I should probably have them be like priority 1. Ahem. My source priorities should be pretty high. Just in case. Okay, that's moving. Moving slowly, but still moving. Oh, interesting. I seemed to have messed up a bit. I seem to have messed up slightly. I do need to move that. Tile. A singular tile. So let me do that real quick. Come on. Come on, nanobots. I know you can do it. You'll be fine. It's just a 1-tile shift. Come on. There we go. Oh, so much better. Now they can all operate. Okay. That just leaves the diesel itself. Huzzah, huzzee, hazoo, huzzum. Is Dolly still there? Yeah, she's here. She's here. Yeah, meow. Yeah, she just rotated. Her baby's behind my back. Yeah, here's your baby. Here's your baby. You like having your baby? Yeah, my sweet. Okay. Oof, that can potentially hurt my neck. I've actually hurt my neck before. By doing that, I do need to be careful. I'm pretty sure that doing that, what I just did, is what had originally actually sprained my neck. Forget how long ago that was. I think it was last year. Oh no, time. Time during like 2020 to date has been a feature that has been bugged. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that feature is bugged. Just needs kickalc. Just needs kickalc. And needs that. Oh, right. Did I only have one? Yes, I do in fact need 2 of these in you. Needed? Maybe. Anyway, that will go down into 3 of these. Output, output, output. Stack. And destroy. That is that. Let's bring this up to the train station. Now, hey, we're just now getting excess moondrop seeds. Just taking forever to get the Kikalk brought in. I need more Kikalk. And likely more trains moving Kikalk as well. I've got the Mark II buildings, or I have the Mark II modules of Kikalk being made, and they are being used in the current factory. It's just that the current factory doesn't really net out that much, it seems, unless it's broken. What? What are you missing? Oh. Why, hello. Seriously? I legit have 300 ash per second of production, and it's not enough. I have 300 ash per second getting produced, and it's not enough. And I also want to point out that this cannot be made faster. You can only add additional buildings. You cannot use faster buildings because there are no faster buildings for this particular process. I cannot think of a way in which you can get ash at high throughputs through burning a fuel without an infinite number of buildings, without like a ton of buildings like this. There really isn't any way. There is a way to get a lot of ash, like 300 ash, but it's Kikalk. Because of course it's Kikalk. It all comes back to Kikalk, doesn't it? I'll have to localize ash production at Kikalk, I think, and just overproduce the Kikalk and use it to make the ash for it. For now, though, let's get that placed. biomass, flue gas, ash also comes down to kickalk for biomass. And you need pressure pumps. So the flue gas ash from biomass, hot air, ideally, or just regular biomass, fine, whatever, is going to cost, if you don't use hot air, how much kickalk? I've lost track of kickalk in this list. Where is it? It's pretty consistent. There it is. High. So you could either spend 15 ash or 14.29 kickalk to make 300 ash, or you could spend 6.18. I think I know which I would prefer of those two processes. I would prefer this one over this one. All things being equal, I would say that the lower the kickout price, the better. Thanks. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Supply, depot, full cargo, circuit condition, go. That will eventually go. We have 9 minutes left in today's stream. That is not enough time to do much of anything, but I will in fact attempt to do something. I will attempt something or other. We did look at the immunosuppressant-based calves for Mukmo. Do I have tubes in the mall? Would be a great question. I really don't think I want to do this in the mall. I think I would prefer supplying immunosuppressants from the mall to the base, and then have this as a separate build that is, of course, not making the immunosuppressants. The issue is making the food is pretty complex. The food factories would likely be different factories, separate factories completely, and then these would just go, I guess. There is something to be said about the artificial blood here being output. I actually have to compare the cost, because that artificial blood is actually, it's a nice to have as an available resource, one that I should probably supply onto the train network, but should not have like as a constant supply. I'm not going to delete Mukmo just to keep this artificial blood moving. It's not enough to justify, to say the least. So let me head back to the mall, and we will do something or other for the next few minutes. We could set up upgrades of modules. We could prepare for setup of upgrade for modules. I want this. Hello. Hello. Energy drinks. Yes. Energy drinks. That's what we will do. I probably need to import Grod and potentially the Guar as well. But I want energy drinks here so I can do some of these other upgrades. I wanted to make energy drinks together, and that is exactly what I will do. I'll go down and do this. I think I have sugar being made down here. If not, that's a shame. I see a cube, but I'm pretty sure that that is not a sugar cube. That is most definitely a sugar cube. Okay, so I have sugar. I don't have to worry about that for the seed syrup. I wanted to do this near where I had that CO2. Yeah, you. Because I purposefully have this little gap here. Seed syrup. Why did you default to that module? Okay. Default to that module, please. Okay, seed extract in a pulp mill. As I said, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to bring in Guar and Grod. I have the Renea, I believe, being processed into seeds here. I know I have I have tree seeds getting made here. I know I have Renea being brought in here. It might not be being made into seeds. That may just be stuff that's in my storage for the moment. Because I don't remember making Renea seeds anywhere as Renea seeds. So I guess no matter what, I'll just place it so I know that I'm doing it. And I'll place the others as well. Request. Supply. Supply a tile over, thanks. Okay, so there is Grod. There is not Grod, and there is not Guar. But there is Renea. Okay, up I go. Don't get hit by a train, please. And that'll be the whole build done. Essentially, it'll be done. Just like that, it will be finished. All right, you. How far am I going? Over this way. Apparently, this afar. M Grod and M Guar. Renea seeds have no output inserter. Have no outserter on Renea's seeds. There we go. Enjoy. Enjoy the thing. And that'll be that. I do believe. I will need to have a output on those, and that will make an amount. It doesn't really matter to me exactly how much it makes, but because that's now energy drinks, they exist. I need to point out that energy drinks can be drunk by your character. This is something folks need to know. You, as the character, can drink energy drinks, and it will make you move faster. There was a time where it was actually a permanent speed buff. That has been changed. It is now... It now expires after a certain amount of time. I think it's about 5 minutes. But it's a pretty good speed buff during that period of time that you have it. It is a speed buff. Right, I do need to make sure that I request the solids that need to be requested here, aka the aluminium. Cool, because it's in an aluminum can, an aluminium can. So, that being said, this recipe might change depending on a turd upgrade that I pick later, if I pick that specific upgrade, which I might not. There is an alternative recipe that uses ethanol instead of water. Don't know if I want to pick it, though. It would output 10 units of energy drinks instead. I don't know if that recipe is productive. It had dang well better be. So now that I have that, now I can set up Mark III Archods. But that would be done between streams. And then there's other stuff that energy drinks use, or are used for, like the Mark II Ulrich as well, and the Mark III Ulrich as well, and they're part of the AUG breeding program, so that is nice. That is nice. We have energy drinks, and that allows me to get Mark IIIs of AUGs and Archods and Ulrichs. Sounds good to me. Might not work on any of them over the weekend, but yeah, I'll be probably very scattershot with what I'm specifically upgrading over the weekend. I'm gonna be focused on getting the zinc acetate specifically scaled up into the stratosphere, followed by probably every metal source I will upgrade as I get techs to upgrade them. Of course, with the silver that I'm taking here, the idea is that I will move away from particle accelerating my silver, which I'm currently doing, and freeing up that rayon that's being spent on particle acceleration, freeing up that rayon for use in other things. But with that, though, we have reached the end of the stream. Thank you so much again for the amazing support from Yukito, helping to extend the stream by an hour, by providing, in this case, more than 10 US dollars, by becoming a braggart member of the channel. Thank you again so much for that. I would like to thank you all for watching. This has been Otaku Show, but if you have enjoyed today's stream, please be sure to do all of the social and engagement stuff down below the video. Leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe if you have not yet subscribed, and hit the notification bell. Consider becoming a member of the channel by hitting the great big blue join button and supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/otakushowboat if you are so inclined and able. I will be back with more of this on Tuesday. I hope to see you all then.